Hey. Nope. Nope. That's a fake follow. That's a fake follow. I will not do follow back. Hey, everybody. God, I hate that. I hate that fucking shit. Fuck you. By the way, fuck you. You treat me fuck off. You're absolutely useless to me. I don't need you. I'm pretty open with my follows, by the way. If you just hang out for a minute, I would have followed you probably, but. Anyways. Hey everybody. How's it going? I was so angry today. I told my boss to, well, I didn't say it to my boss, but I did say, well, he wasn't, technically it was my boss, but I told him that I will never work with him again. I told him, I screamed at him, I'm never working with you again, goodbye. I don't remember exactly. I don't know, what would you semi-draw? Sorry, this was a very frustrating day for good old Sean. See, this would have been good to write since nobody's here, but I picked art instead. Yeah? What brought this on? Is there a potato pointing a gun at you right now, Jaden? Demanding that you say that? Have potatoes become alive? You would blink once for yes, twice for no. How's it going, Jaden? How is it going, Jaden? Or how are things? Okay, tell me about it. Okay. Sure, sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, bring them back to life. I think that could work. Sorry, I've had not a great day, Jaden. I haven't had a particularly good day. I'm a little bit frazzled today. That's good. That's good to hear. That's good. My own rewrites are gone, not great. But... So what was the issue with Thunderbolt exactly? Again? Cool. Yeah. It's so hard to not write a character who ends up kind of selfish sometimes. I find that, you know, compelling character drama is based on what people wants. People have wants and needs. If you're not careful with that, get it to where a character is so focused on their own desires that they become kind of a jerk. And it's like, you know, there's character development and all that, but also people just don't want to spend time around somebody like that for too long. And you are kind of asking people to, you know, spend time with a character. They have to be somebody that you want to spend time around with, somewhat. Not that you can't do like unsympathetic characters, but it's like there has to be reason for following them. And it's like, you know, annoying is the death of a character. When somebody's annoyed by your character, there's just nothing you can do. And being petty and selfish really makes. Yeah. Give it. Yeah, you don't need like one central bad guy who does everything. That's not usually. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like it when people do that. It's like when they try and make Joe Chill a more important bad guy. Yeah, I agree. they jump each other. I mean, what type of big bad do you want? I mean, the cliche right now is kind of like Space God. But I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if you just want to have a Thanatos ripoff. I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe. Intergalactic Corporation that wants to destroy Earth to set just claims that they actually own Earth. They bought Earth in a sale. That's an idea. The Vanguard Corporation. Official new owners of Earth. There's some Galactic Corporation in Marvel. That was really fun. I don't know, I just used it. Is that a name we're using? The Vanguards? It's a good one. Take the chance. I have psychic powers, Jaden, beyond moral understanding of men. Well, I mean, gotta remember that Thanos was really just a rip-off of Darkseid. I mean, that's admitted. That's what Jim Starkin said he did. He just ripped off Darkseid. So it's fair to rip off Thanos, I guess, but it's probably not. It wouldn't be that interesting. Yeah, I don't use ChatGPT. At a certain point, like, the big villains are always a little bit cliched. I don't know. Who could you get? What could you do? Make it an evil AI? That could be kind of fun. I think I'm just proposing the Borg, but make it an AI that has assimilated thousands of planets, and its next choice is Earth. I don't know what those alien invasions for me. Okay. Evil wizard. Evil superhero. Okay, here's an idea. Here's an idea. What if you introduce a superhero? Make him powerful. Make him like somewhat powerful, like Superman. You know, like give him a lot of power. And slowly but surely have him reveal that his desire so much isn't to save the world but conquer it. But he starts out as a hero, but then you do a heel turn and he becomes a villain. That way it's especially hurtful. Yeah. Yeah, start him out as like a hero, and then it becomes more obvious. That he's less trying to save the world and more trying to conquer it. But because he's so powerful, you can't. Yeah. That could work too. That song is stuck in my head. My chair rubs against the thing. I mean, you could also do a Sinister Six sort of thing. Have all of Thunderbolt's villains unite to form a villain team. Giant space. No. No. Alternate unit. Oh, that's just the thing the Flash did, and that sucked. I was going to suggest an alternate universe version of Thunderbolt, but that's a... Flutes! Ahoy! Ahoy, Flutes! Good to see you. Hope everything is treating you well. On this fine and lovely day. It's been a weird day. It's been a weird day. Like, you know that job? I quit a job today. And I told the guy that, I am giving you ideas for free, Janet. I I quit a job today, and I told the guy employing me to F off. I don't know if I actually said that. I said I told him to get lost. I was very angry. I was very, very angry today, and I told the guy that I'm never working with you again. So that's how that happened. What about you? How was your day? How did you have your school? School, if I'm mistaken. Ugh. Take this job and drop it. Nah, it's fine. I'm happy I didn't want to do that job. I didn't want to do that job because I knew he would behave the way he was going to. So, I've worked for this guy before. And what happened is, go to bed, Jake. What happened is, so I do film work. And what happened is, he does, it's so, okay. I was shooting a film for him. And he does not like, what he wants me to do is just hold the camera for hours still while he shoots in a movie. And I was saying, well, if you want that, we should just get a tripod. And he was like, no, we don't need a tripod. We don't need a tripod. So I did like this 10-hour shoot with him where I had to hold the camera nonstop for 10 hours. And that really hurt my shoulders last time, and I really couldn't, I had to, I could barely use them for a couple of days. Hey Robin, good to see you. Anyways, so he wanted me to shoot with him again, so I had some requirements. One of them is I wanted to bring in another guy, which was a big ask, but I thought we needed at least 2 crew members to do this movie right. And the other one was, which should have been cheaper, which I knew was expensive, but the other one was I wanted to bring a tripod. And what made me quit was I just asked him, yes or no, are you going to bring a tripod? Yes or no, are you going to bring a tripod? And he was just like, I don't know, we'll see if this works. See, I don't know what. And I was like, and I said to him, answer the question yes or no, or I quit. And he didn't answer the question, so I said, fine, I'm quitting. I'm never working with you again. Bye. So, that was my day today. So, we're gonna do a long stream. I don't know. I do make a little money off of these. Try and offset that. Yeah, thank you. I have stories and a half about this guy. By the way, if you want to hear them, I was not gonna talk about them again because I didn't want to get in trouble, but screw it. Like, I knew bringing in a second guy was a big ask. Thank you. Was a big ask, but the tripod thing. I own a tripod. Here's the funny thing is, I own a tripod. If I could just bring in my own tripod, but I needed him to say yes, I will bring in a tripod because yes, I will use a tripod because otherwise, like, he's just gonna do the same stuff he did last time. Also, he stiffed me on lunch, and you're not supposed to do that. Yeah. Thank you. I did lose money from that, from standing my part, but I don't care anymore. How are your days? Tell me, how are your days? You got, Flutes, you got some good notes in the Discord about your art, by the way. People were really impressed. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, you should. That is a good. The only way we can learn new things is by making mistakes. I can tell you some. Do you guys want to hear some funny? What were your new things? Do you guys want to hear some funny? Tell me about them. Okay, I like that. Good. How is fluting? If you don't know, Flutes Ahoy is a flutist. Cool. Cool. Congratulations. They give Letterman jackets now for band? That's awesome. Maybe they always did. I didn't know that. But that's really cool. Get to walk around campus like a big shot. Big shot. I didn't know that either. That might be a new thing, or it might just be a thing I never heard of. Both are possibilities. I never went out for stuff, so I wouldn't know. You wanna be a big shot? Makes you feel powerful. Makes you feel unconquerable. I'm sorry about the bullying. And when I was a kid, we almost had that beat for a while. I don't know. I feel like all that stuff came back in a big way these past few years. I feel like we were getting close to really figuring all that shit out. Nope, the world decided it wanted to be awful and mean again. Anyway, sorry. I don't want to bum people out. You know, when I was a kid, this is, I don't know, sometimes surprising. Yeah, I don't know, or maybe not, but occasionally people ask me if I would, I've talked to people before and they kind of assumed I was bullied in school. I really wasn't, but I was more of a loner kid. So I don't know, maybe I just was beneath suspicion. But I tended to be just stick to myself more than anything. So the one instance I had was, and it wasn't even that bad. It was the football players. I don't know. Can I tell that story? It's nothing too bad. It's nothing too bad. But It's nothing too bad. It is somewhat inappropriate, but anyways. But yeah, so I'm sorry that you're going through that, but we're here. Sorry, we're here now. We're gonna talk the happy things. Honest people. I don't have to do a job I don't want to do anymore, which is nice. So that means long streaming sessions. Because I really didn't want to do that job. Because I knew that Kevin... Oh, fuck, I said his name. Oh, well, who cares? I knew that my boss would be a problem. You guys want to hear some funny stories about when I worked for him before? Because there are a lot. Okay, he didn't know what... he didn't realize that you couldn't play copyrighted music in movies. Because... Okay, we were filming outside, and there was, I believe it was a Prince song. Sounds fun. I don't got any shit to do. I'm trying to remember what movie. That sounds familiar, but I don't know what movie it's from. Okay, so we were filming outside, and there was a song being played in the background. I feel like it was a Prince song, from what I remember, but it may have been. I'm pretty sure it was like a Prince song. It was playing, and I've seen many Friday movies. Prince song was playing, and I was like, "Oh, we can't use this. It's like, well, why not? And I said, well, because there's that song playing in the background. We can't film this. It's like, what does that have to do with it? It's like, well, you can't play copyrighted songs in your movies. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of that. It's like, well, that's like basic copyright laws. It's, well, I'll talk to my lawyer about that. We'll see if that's true. And he doesn't, like, okay, so my boss, he doesn't, my ex-boss, I guess, Dave. Okay, so one of the big points of contention is he never shows anybody his script. He also doesn't like close-ups, which is is very rare for kind of an ego. Yeah, you've never heard about the idea that you can't play like copyrighted music in your movie, man. Yeah, he said he'd ask his lawyer about that. His lawyer, I mean, as part of my film degrees, I had to take a copyright course, by the way, copyright law, but anyways, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not a lawyer, but you have to. No, I'm not a lawyer, but I am. I did have to take copyright law. If you get a film degree, one of the things you're going to have to take is a course on copyright law. So I do know how like copyright works. But I also know like just basic stuff. Like you can't play like famous music. Anyways, okay. He never wants to do close-ups. He always wants you to film him far away from everything. And the reason he wants that, the reason he wants you to do that is because he thinks it makes him look fat. He's like, and he's not like, I'm bigger than him, but it's like, he's not a big guy or anything. He's just kind of, he's middle-aged and kind of just looks normal for middle-age. Like a middle-aged guy, like he's like in his mid-40s or something. And he looks normal. But he's like, every time I wanted to do a close-up, it's like, no close-ups, no close-ups, no close-ups. It's like, close-ups, it makes me look fat. I'm not doing a close-up. Okay, so part of the reason this is a problem the sound is an issue. This is a big argument I got into with him several times about the sound, which is director, writer, actor. He's the director, the writer, and the star of the movie. He can't do either. He can't do any of those things well, but that's what he is. I was the cinematographer. I was the guy in charge of the camera. Technically, my job is like director of photography, I guess, would have been my job. So, part of the reason I wanted to bring on another guy is because I wanted somebody else to do the sound. We needed a sound guy. Like that's part of the reason I wanted to bring in somebody else, is so we could have somebody do sound. Because you can kind of get away for a super low budget film usually with like a 3-man crew. 3-person crew, I should say. A 3-person crew. So, but if you really need to pare it down, you just need a camera person and a sound person usually. So I wanted to bring in somebody else to do the sound, which I knew would cost money, but he should just pay for sound. And the reason for that is he doesn't like. Okay, so this is hard to. So he wants to use in-camera sound all the time. And which sounds awful. Which sounds terrible. Like in-camera. The in-camera mic is tinny and bad, and you're not supposed to use it like for film. It's an in-camera mic is really just for like to check to make sure it's right while you record it with a much higher quality mic. Anyway, so this was an argument I got into him like a half a dozen. We should probably get a better sound guy. And remember how he doesn't like close-ups? So what that means is. It's like, okay, I don't usually listen to these back, but it's like, he would film from he would walk away like 30 feet like this, and we would use the sound from that. So imagine a whole movie like this. And it gets worse. It gets worse because we were in this loud echo area, and so the sound, it just sounds awful. And he's like, I kept asking him, is the sound bad? And I know the sound is bad. And he got kind of mad at me before for bad sound, and I'm like, well, I told you the sound was going to be bad. I told you the sound was going to be bad. What do you think was going to happen? Magically it'd get good? Okay. Then we get to the writing of it. I get nervous about my writing, and I would never shit on anybody, but fuck it, he's so bad. He's bad. He's a bad writer. Okay, so sensitive. His English is not his first language, which is fine. What he does though is he writes it. He writes the script, but he doesn't actually speak English all that well. But what he'll do is he'll write the script in his native language, and then just kind of explain to the actors what the dialogue is. So it's like the dialogue. It's incomprehensible almost. It's like if I tried to write in Thai. If I wrote a movie in English, then had it translated by Google, and then I just explained to the actors, well, here's what it is. And it's like, it's not good like film. Okay, so, and I know this is totally, yeah, and he's my boss. By the way, I've won an award for filmmaking before. I've won an award for filmmaking before, by the way. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. Okay, so, and the script, the movie, okay, everything. Okay, okay, let me see if I can explain what his writing process is. We'll get back to art in a second. Let me see if I can explain how his writing process is. Okay, because every scene I shot with him is pretty much the same. So let's see. So let's see. Okay, let's take this ukulele. Okay, here's how the. Yeah, it was years ago. It was not that big of a deal, but it means I have some idea of what I'm talking about. Okay, so, and also I've been a professional writer before for a company, so okay, like take this ukulele. Here's how it would work. Here, this is how every one of his scenes goes. It goes, yes, this ukulele, it's a good ukulele. It's a good ukulele. It's good. Yeah, yes. We're gonna make the best ukuleles in the world, and it'll be good ukuleles, and we'll get celebrities to show the ukulele. It'll be a good ukulele, and we'll just hang out, and we'll do with this ukulele, and we'll have it played, and we'll have celebrities and models, and we'll show that unlike other ukuleles, our ukulele is good. And yes, and can you play the ukulele? Yes, we will play the ukulele. Every one of his scenes is like that. That's how all of his scenes go. They'll just find some. They'll just find some random thing in the scene. They'll just find some random thing in the scene, and they'll just talk about it for like 5 minutes. Every one of his scenes. It's like. We need a. Okay. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. He's also extremely paranoid about everything. He's extremely paranoid about everything. Because he's certain what people... Exactly! And that's every scene in his movies is this garbage! It's this absolute garbage that doesn't make sense. Oh. And okay. It's all that. It's like, whoa, look at this ruler. Like, so we'll get like celebrities, and it'll be like big, and like, like there was a scene with a pinball machine. Where he just goes on a rant, where he just has people talk about a pinball machine. Also, pinball machine. Anyways, it just for like 10 minutes, I'm like, this is the most boring scene ever. Why would anybody want to talk about this? Why would this is, you know. None of the actors are professional, but that's not the worst thing, especially in like low budget filmmaking. That's just the fact of life. But it's like, he'll just... Okay, what else? He doesn't know... Or, okay, and he's like, he wants to, like, you know... Okay, so, essentially what these are like, they're vanity projects. He's a middle-aged guy who always dreamed of being like a big action actor, writer, star sort of person, and he just wants to make a movie where he's like this awesome dude that everybody likes. It doesn't help that he looks like just like this middle-aged dude who can't do any of this stuff. But what else? Okay, so there's like this whole incident, and he's paranoid about everything. Like, we actually had a really cool filming location when we did it. When I worked for him, it was like this classic car garage. It was like super cool. That was like the cool, yes. That was like the coolest thing about his film. That was like the coolest thing about it, besides the money he gave me, was we got to film at this classic garage, and it looked neat. It just looked cool, and there was like these like old, cool looking cars, and I took one picture of it, and he screams at me for like 5 minutes. You have to delete it! You have to delete it! You have to delete this picture! You have to delete this picture! People are trying to steal this footage! Nobody would want us. No. So I had to delete it, and then I had to go into my, like, he need to watch me delete everything. And, yeah, so... Yes, I did make the right decision, but he angers me. Yeah. And so he's so paranoid that people... I had to, like... It's why I haven't talked about what's, like, actually in his films, because I had to sign a contract, but... Whatever. Nobody tell him about this, okay? This was a whole thing. The night before we were shooting, he made me drive, like, 3 hours to meet him at a Starbucks so I could sign a contract. I thought there was like some... I was just about to go to bed. It was like 10 o'clock at night. I was just about to go to bed. And he's like, oh, all right. Oh, not 10 o'clock. It was like 8 o'clock at night. But I was tired and I want to go to sleep because... And he's like, oh, yeah, I need you to come drive down all this way so we can talk. And I'm like... So I did, and all he wanted me to do was sign a contract. Yeah, it was like 3 hours away. All he wanted me to do was sign a contract. I could have done that the morning of the shoot if it was so important. It was so important. Yeah, it was. I was very angry. Okay, to be fair, it was an hour and a half to get there, an hour and a half to get back. So it was a 3-hour trip in general for like a 5-second meeting where all I had to do was sign a contract. Then like we would get into fights about he would get into fights about stupid things that don't matter. I don't know, like 5 minutes probably, because like his precious movie can't be leaked to the public because people are gonna want to see this thing. Nobody good. It's incomprehensible what this movie was about. I had no idea. The actors had no idea. Nobody knows what this stupid movie was about because he wouldn't share the script, and he also wouldn't provide food. Okay, so this is complicated because he technically was going to provide food. But he did this sort of shimmy thing where it's like he was, but he didn't. He was going to pay for everybody's lunch, which, by the way, if you're making a film, you should. If you're the head of the thing, even if you can't afford to pay people like a salary, like actual money, you should buy them food. You know, that's baseline food. Buy people's lunch and bring snacks. He did not bring snacks. Filming takes a long time, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and every time we were about to go to lunch, he was like, I don't want to go to lunch. We don't have to go to lunch yet. We'll just work. And by the end of it, it was like the end of the day. None of us had eaten. We were all starving. And part of the reason why you want to bring people food is because hungry people won't do things. By the end of the day, everybody was starving and just like sitting around doing nothing because they were tired and hungry. Anyways, but he's supposed to pay for lunch, but I was so tired by the end of the day, all I wanted to do was just go home. And I said, well, you're going to have to pay me for lunch. Well, you're not taking lunch. And I'm like, that's not how it works. It doesn't matter if I take the lunch, you still have to pay for a lunch for me. That's usually an extra $20. See, on real sets, you'll hear this term called a per diem. And what a per diem is, it's just like they'll give you a set amount of money that you can spend for you to spend on food. It's not necessarily you spend it on food. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's. Well, because he wanted to get filming done. And it's like, I'll point out, it's not even like a question of like, you know, like just being nice to people. That's the way you're film. You have to do that, or you're filming. People are just not going to do well on your movie. Like if people are hungry, they're just going to sit around and do the bare minimum of effort. Like that's just like how like production is. Like it pays to be kind. Yeah. So, anyways. Hey Tosh, how's it going? Okay. Or there was this one instance. Okay, we were filming at night. And we spent. Okay. You know, all these stories require so much setup to explain, which always frustrates me. But okay, we were gonna film in a darker location, but trick me. We were going to film in a darker location, but we moved around and so he brought out this light. This little light that he had. But we moved around and we found a brighter location. We didn't actually really need the light. So what he does is he lays it down on the ground, down on a sidewalk. And this is in the middle of like a busy street festival. So there's people walking all around. So what we do, Flutes, is we spend half an hour shooting one scene, like one little monologue that I have to hold the camera for because he doesn't want to pay for a tripod. And every time he gets distracted by this stupid light on the ground because he yells at people, "Don't touch it! Don't touch it! Don't touch it! Please, get out of the way!" He keeps screaming at people, and at a certain point, I got so frustrated with him screwing up the line because of this dumb light that I grabbed the light and put it in my camera bag. So he then proceeds to scream at me. He's like, "You're gonna break it! You're gonna break it! You're gonna break it!" I didn't break it. I just put it in my camera bag so that he would stop being distracted by it. You know what he is? He's the type of person that enjoys being miserable because it gives him power over people. So, yeah. Because I think he was secretly really enjoying the fact that people almost kept hitting the light because that meant he could yell at them and tell them to stop. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Then you had weirdo. I don't know, how is isolation empowering? It's empowering right now. Well, I guess I'm technically not isolated. But I much prefer doing this than having to work for that loser. I mean, is this isolation? I'm talking to people. People can see me. Yeah. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, so my very basic request for him to bring a tripod not being listened to. I wanted to bring in a second person. That was kind of my contention, is I wanted to bring in a second person. Okay. How did you join it? But I didn't realize that the tripod was going to be the most contentious. Oh, and he blamed me for that, by the way, for hurting my shoulder because of that. He said, "Well, maybe you were holding it wrong." I'm not holding it wrong. There's no way to hold something for hours. Hold something for hours and not hold something heavy for hours and not hurt your shoulder. Yeah, let's get rid of everything else but art. Anyways, so that is my, hey, damn. Sorry, that's my whole rant about this guy I used to work for. That I quit, and I told him I will never. Yeah. Anyways, I had a very basic request for him to bring a tripod. That's all I wanted him to do. Well, no, I shouldn't lie. I had a more complicated request. I wanted a second crew member, but bringing him not even agreeing to like ask me to bring a tripod was him not even saying he was going to bring a tripod was the end of the road for me. So that was that. Let's see. Do I have any other stories about him? I don't think so. What's funny is he brought me in specifically to like direct him, and then he wouldn't. I don't know. So how's everybody else doing? Sorry, that was a particular bit of bile that was building up in me, and I needed to get out. I don't know. Just trying to... How's it going, Dan? We should just get rid of art. Do only art. What's the point of being awake if you're not doing art? You sleep, you eat, and then art. The only three things you need. Yes. A tomato? What is that potato, Michael? You know, Tosh, you say tomato, I say tomato, potato, monato. Potato, potato, but I'm trying to do tomato bit. Potato, monato, tomato, filato. Jesus. How did that get dirty so quickly? Let's call the whole thing off. Dice and dice are different from dice and dices. Yeah, especially from dice, which is a way to say this is nice. That's dice, man. That's dice. So how's it going? How's everybody's projects going? At some point I'll get back to writing on here. Frankly, I just need a mental break from all that stuff for a minute. Get my head clear, and then we'll get back to it. You know, lately the whole process of just getting my head clear has been going down. Like, it used to take me weeks to get my head clear, and lately it's just been a couple of days. So I think that's progress in my life. Me, nothing anymore. But yeah, I'm working on a book. Truthfully, I'm working on a few books, which is terrible, I know, but I keep coming up with new ideas. I just had a new one a few days ago, and I'm like, oh, that would be a fun one. I've got a few projects in the works. I've got a fantasy book about an orc becoming a pro wrestler. That one's the furthest along. I got one about folk music, about an alternative universe, United States, called the United States of Atlantis. That one's written, but it needs editing. Let's see, what else do I got? Got like just I got like it's a story about a wizard. Anyways, yeah, it's a couple of books that I'm working on, and then I'd like to write a screenplay. I don't know. Welcome, Flutes, to Writing 101. Yep, that I've done that. Oh boy, I've done that a ton. You are not alone. That is a very common thing I do. You should. Thank you. I had this idea recently. Okay, I've had two ideas. I've had an idea recently. Do you guys know the video game Doom? I assume people do, but you never know. Okay, so the basic idea. You should. So I had this idea that what if like the Doom Marine. Okay, it's a little bit Doom, a little bit Halo, this idea. But like what if like a Space Marine sort of guy like that crash landed on a planet that's like Disney, like is like a Disney movie, like that operates on Disney World logic. So it's like, okay, so like the basic idea is it's like this space marine guy, and he's fighting against this evil alien group that is decimating worlds, and he's been fighting them for a while, and so he crashed, and they get the best of him, and he crash lands on, and their next target, he crash lands on their next target, which is a world that operates on like Disney movie logic. So he has to train what is essentially Disney characters how to fight back against an evil invading army. I had another idea. I thought that was a fun idea. Well, you should. Pretty much. That's pretty much the idea. Doomslayer meets Cinderella. Yes, that's pretty much the idea. It's a little bit. Doomslayer in a Disney World, but I've been that one. I was kind of hoping to make that just a short. Yeah, right. That's not a bad idea. I was kind of hoping to make that a short story, but that's more complicated. It'd be a full book, so that's going to probably take a long time to get done. Tell me what thing you can do. Yeah, that's not a bad idea for a story, right? But film is hard. Film is harder, especially at my level, because you have to be much more realistic. Like, books are so great because there's no budget to a book. Anything you want to do in a book, you can do, like story-wise. Like, there's no budget whatsoever to a book. But in a movie, you kind of have to think small, especially like where I am in my level. Tell me what thing you can do. Yeah, imagination is free. Imagination is free, but locations aren't. Yeah, that's why books are good, because they're pure. You know, there's nothing. You can do pretty much anything in a book, you know, that you think of. Yeah. Well, especially there's only so much you can do in a movie if you don't have a lot of money to make one. You know, you have to be very practical in a movie. You have to be very practical in a movie, or it's just not going to happen. That's just. Yeah. Well, this guy didn't know what he was doing. He seriously, like, what's so funny to me is he, like, tried to dig talk me. He's like, well, I know what I'm doing. I was like, you don't know. Like, one of, like, the things I got into a fight with him, one of the things I was frustrated with him about is, like, he tells, well, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And I'm like, you don't know what you're doing. It's like, he doesn't know what sound is. Flutes. He doesn't know how to deal with sound. He didn't know, by the way, another thing he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what? He didn't know how focusing worked. Like, I had, you know, like, I don't know, have you ever filmed anything? Like, with a more professional camera than, like, your iPhone or something? So the thing with, like, a camera is you can adjust the iris, it's called the f-stop. You can adjust how much light gets into there's a thing called exposure. That's the word. It's been a little bit of time. There's a thing called exposure. Yeah, you can adjust the exposure and the focus manually on a camera, usually. And the exposure is just how much light you let into the lens. Okay, yes, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, so you're always kind of constantly messing with those two things to get the best shot. Yeah, I'm glad. Not a lot. He was mad at me for changing that for changing it, and it's like, well, he's like, well, how do you get back to normal? And I'm like, you never get it back to normal. You have to like constantly mess with it. Constantly mess with the stuff to like get it right. And I was like, it's just like, what that means is probably like a lot of stuff was out of focus when he was shooting it. And by the way, of course, show me the thing you did. Tell me the thing you did. I want to see the thing you did. It's like, and he was big upping me, like, very cool. Where I should be. I should be on all of your televisions. That's where I belong. Anyways, I'm glad I'm not working for him anymore. I burned the bridge like pretty thoroughly, so it's not coming back. But I'm glad I'm not working for him anymore. I've only seen the original pilot for Has-Been at Who's Box. That's the best chat. You know, Twitch stats can be so weird. I see, like, there aren't 6 people here on Twitch. Oh, yes. Yes, I am the king of video broadcasts. They should, I'll replace Fallon. By the way, just a side note, I am very happy that like independent animation is finally becoming popular as a thing. Like, I hope it can continue to be a thing that is popular. Just random side thought. I thought it was very funny that but yes, so that's all the complaints I had about my former boss. Yeah. I hope that it becomes viable enough that we can like ditch networks totally. I don't know if that's completely possible to ditch networks totally, but I hope it's viable enough that we can start. They don't have as much power as they used to. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, okay. That's good. Or bad. You're probably dealing with companies like that usually screw you over in the end. Yeah. Did you see what's the one? The Digital Circus thing? I liked that one. I haven't seen any of the new episodes. I liked the original episode though that I saw. I thought that one was fun. I was actually a fan of the director, like the guy who's in charge of the animation, his YouTube channel before he even got that job. So it was quite fun to see him get quite big off that because I was subscribed to him already. No. The animation director, the guy in charge of the animation, has his own. It's called Kevin's Tunes, I think. Kevin's Tunes. Where he would just post like little animated shorts on the songs he made. That were all very funny and very charming. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, Kevin Tremor's Tunes. He posts fun stuff there. Okay. Nice chatting with you, Flutes. Have a good time. Ugh. Okay. Adjust away, friend. Adjust away. Adjust away! Yo! Is it? Oh, it is already. Oh, you just meant flutes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's starting to get together. It was touch and go there for a minute, but it's starting to get better. How's it going, Fade? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome! I'm glad to hear that. What classes are you taking? What's the funnest? Yeah? And the best? I always think that's so crazy that they do math up there. But... Very nice, very nice. Very fun. Yeah? That's good. I'm glad you're having a good... I'm very glad that you're having a good time. Yeah, that feel... Men really lucked out with that stuff, you know? That feels like too much work. I would not enjoy that. If it was reversed, I would not enjoy having to do that. That feels like so much work. Although usually my whole goal is to avoid work whenever possible. But I agree. Yep. Yep, that's a very good way to look at life. That is a very good way to look at life. Nope, probably not. Really? That's a pretty long nap. I imagine you were pretty tired. I imagine you were pretty tired, Fade. I can't. I mean, you were hanging out in stream until like 5 o'clock in the morning last night. I imagine that you were tired. Well, I'm glad you got some sleep. I'm very happy you got some sleep. Well, I'm happy you enjoy the streams, but I also don't want you to be. I also would be happy if you got some sleep. So I take it you're pretty wired now, and you're up for the night. Who needs it? Who needs it? It's a government conspiracy to make you want to sleep, you know. The government. People don't actually need to sleep. The government is just saying that. Okay, well, promise me when you get tired, go to bed. There'll always be another stream, Fade, but it's I went through the tired kid at school thing. It was very hard to do that. What sucks about that? Yes, it would. What sucks about it is nobody believes you when you tell them that you're having trouble sleeping. Everybody's just like, oh, I don't know, whatever. It's like, but you're like, I'm tired. I'm getting only 4 or 5 hours of sleep every night. That happened to me for a year. She was a dancing queen. I went through this terrible. College was really bad for this because for about a year I went through this terrible thing where I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep for a year. Oh, that's a lot. 8 hours at minimum. Most people need. That's a lie. 8 hours at minimum, what most people need. Often longer. So I had this terrible cycle when I was in college where I would fall asleep right when I would get back from school. Sleep for 4 hours, and then I wouldn't be able to get back to sleep till like 3 o'clock in the morning. And I had class at like 7 or 8, I forget when. And I'd wake up, so I would only get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep that night, and this went on for a year. I was so tired every day for a year. Anyways. No. You see when I stream? Did you solve it though? You see when I stream? Of course I'm not an early bird. No, I'm a night owl. Street. Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. And another one down, and another one bites the dust. And another one down. Exactly. And the late bird gets a mouse as well. Mouse and worm. Together. Well, it's a way to live. Some people are very capable of that. I have never been able to do that. I always... sleep is hard. And you get to watch Adult Swim. Oh my god, I can never do that. Okay, what have you got? Okay, Tosh, what did you get? You're a lucky one, Fade. You're a lucky one that you're capable of doing stuff like that. Well, being able to get up early in the morning and do a bunch of stuff, I could never do that. That is something beyond my abilities. I wish I could do stuff like that. Do you know how much better my life would have been if I could get up early in the morning and just do a bunch of stuff? Nope. I always sleep right until I have to get up, and then, oh my god, the amount of schoolwork I missed just by not doing stuff. I could have gone to Stanford, Fade. I could have gone to Stanford. What's in there? Yeah. PG. Yeah, PG-13. Everybody, PG-13 discussions. PG-13 discussions. PG-13 discussions. PG-13, please. Yeah. Very nice. Okay. Well, it's good that you... That sounds intense. Hey, at some point you learn to ignore when your house is a mess. Don't worry, it's fine. Wait, so you're not doing marching band? Yeah. I had a teacher who, the reason she quit doing marching band, she told us the story once, is they wanted her to do tuba for marching band. They wanted her to do tuba for marching band, and she was like, I don't want to do it. Like, she said that's why she quit, because she's like, it's like 50 pounds and I have to march with that thing. I'm not doing that. Oh, so is marching band over right now? I thought that was funny. I liked her as a teacher a lot. She was one of my favorite teachers. Yeah, it was the big rap. Yeah, it was the big one. It was the real big heavy one. So I sometimes think about tuba players as like, man, you got to be really dedicated to be a tuba player specifically. Like that must be such a specific personality to be like, I'm gonna be a tuba player for the rest of my life. I'm gonna carry around the biggest instrument possible. Yeah. Biggest instrument possible. It will be awkward forever. It's not as used as some of the others, and it will be my life to be a tuba player. I assume they are. They could only ever be weird. Tuba players can only ever be the weirdest people in the world. Feels like they're almost like monks or something. Just like people who have dedicated themselves to something as intense as the tuba. I was listening to a remote Romai jazz band that it's jazz, or is that a knife lady? Ah, yeah. Excited? Yeah, if you don't know Faith or Chip, Itachi over here is a big Sumo fan. I do like jazz. I listen to jazz quite frequently. I also like, there's a less PC name for it, but it's Romani Jazz. Roma Jazz. I like Roma Jazz quite a lot as well. Have they? Sucks. Yeah, I listen to a lot of jazz. That lake looks bad. Well, combat sports are like that. They always retire in the end. That's such a funny. That's such a funny idea. Should do. Do you know that the guy who voices the dad in Bluey? He was actually more known as like a punk, the leader of a punk band in Australia for a long time before the Bluey thing started. So you can find like a lot of punk songs that he sings on, and it's just him using his normal voice. So it does sound like it's the dad singing punk rock. Yeah. He's more known as like a punk musician in Australia. Had been, at least, I think. Right? Any new favorites, Tosh? I sneezed. Here's this band. Okay. Okay, Sim. Good seeing you. Oh, it's not. It's not going to be. If anything, it might galvanize me to take my film career maybe a little bit more seriously than I had been. Because, like, you know, if those are the only paying jobs that I have available to me right now, I need to make opportunities for myself. Anyways, have a good night. Yeah, you missed a whole thing, Fade, about some events that happened today for me. It's been a very dramatic day in my life. I did quit a job. It's good. The guy I was working for was useless. The guy I was working for was a problem. So it came to an impasse when he would refuse to ask a very simple yes or no question. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't remember if I told him to F off, but I was certainly thinking it. So I do film work. I do like some freelance film work on the side to make some money. Hasn't been the most successful thing, but I have done a few jobs every once in a while. And I've been working for this guy on and off for about like 2 or 3 years, and he's yeah. Well, okay. You know what the yes or no question was, Fade? Or Chippy? Is I asked him, hey, will you bring a tripod to the shoot? And I kept at, and I said, it has to be, yeah, okay, yeah, I know, I get that, but he needed to answer me. I said yes or no. Are you going to bring a tripod to the shoot? If you don't answer this question, then I'm quitting. And he just kind of waffled around for like an hour, and he just kept waffling around. So I said, I'm done. Bye. Yeah. It's a whole. I went on it for about an hour, but it's this guy. Yeah, like just very basic question is like, are you going to bring a tripod or not? The reason I wanted him to bring a tripod was because he didn't want to use one before, and it hurt. I had to essentially hold a camera for 6 hours once, and it hurt I like screwed up my shoulders for a while doing that. And I was like, it's like, I don't want to do this again. So you have to bring it, or you have to answer me this question. Are you going to bring it? And he was just like, no. Well, one, he blamed me, which was just great. I was really appreciative of that. Because, well, nobody else complained. I was like, well, okay. I don't know. Maybe it was your fault. I'm getting mad now thinking about it. I was in a calm place, and I was like, and I kept going like, yes or no, are you bringing it? And he was like, he just wouldn't answer my question. So I told him, I said, okay, I'm done. Because I said very blatantly, it's like, if you don't answer this question, then I'm quitting. And he refused to answer the question. So if you don't answer it in yes or no, I'm quitting. And he refused to answer it, and so I quit. And that is the end of that story. I mean, it's more complicated. There's a ton of stuff. Basically, like, he just... Yeah. Well, he wouldn't... Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay. he wanted me to shoot all these scenes. He wanted me to shoot all these scenes, but I couldn't move the camera at all. Like, I wasn't allowed to move the camera. I had to sit in an exact position, stand in an exact position for like 6 or 7 hours doing that. But here's the thing, Fade. Here's the thing. We in filmmaking have a tool where you don't need to worry about that. It's called a tripod. It's a big metal thing that you stick on. You put a stick on it, and then that's the end of it. You can just stand there for a few hours. Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a tripod. I own a tripod. I have a very nice tripod, but he wouldn't even concede on using a tripod. He wouldn't even concede on using a tripod. So, this is my tripod. Notice it's heavy. It's heavy duty. It's heavy duty. It's heavy duty. It can. Stuff was falling apart. But I got a handle of it. Notice it's heavy duty. It's retracted right now. But it can go for big long. I could have brought this. But he wouldn't even like say yes to bringing a tripod. Yeah, there was some clattering back there. The tripod was maybe behind a bunch of metal. A bunch of other stuff that I had to get through. Thank you. Yeah, it's almost like I'm a professional at this, and I know what I'm doing. And he is. Okay. Yeah, I used to be nervous about playing music, but I did it once. I did it last night, and nothing went wrong. So I was like, whatever. If I get any copyright blocks, I'll just cut it out. It's no big deal. I'll just cut out whatever the if we get some, it's no big deal if I do. Let's see, what am I playing? No, you're creative. You can do a lot of stuff with music, though. Here's the link to the music I'm playing if you want to listen to it on your own time. It takes time to learn how to do all this stuff, by the way. It's not like you have to be a savant right away. You got time. Don't worry. You gotta still learn all the basics. Also, you're young. You you're young, Fade. You've got all the time in the world to learn how to do this stuff. Don't worry about it. When you're older, you have all the time to learn how to do it. Sure. Nope. I wish I did. Would be cool to learn how to. Look up tutorials on YouTube. If only you were if only you knew if only you knew like a collection of musicians that focused on drumming, like a band or something that could help you with drums. Well, don't know where you'd have access to that. I'm sure they don't hate me. I'm sure they don't hate me. All of I mean, that feels like something. Okay. Oh, right. I was like, what's wrong with this? I was like, oh right, I forgot to change back to the arch. I forgot to change screens. I was like, huh, something feels wrong. Something feels wrong. It didn't occur to me that I hadn't switched back. Yeah, total L. Hadn't switched back to the art screen yet. I mean, people love I know people just love looking at my face all the time, but I was like, why are people coming in and living room? It's so funny. What if I just left this stream on for the whole week? Right? What if I didn't stop streaming until the 15th? Huh? Wouldn't that be wild? Probably won't do that, but and cooked means excited. Oh, screwed. Okay. Because that's what I thought it meant. Why are you cooked? Yeah. And? Oh. Okay. Why don't you do some art? Fade. Fade, why don't we do some art? How about that? Let's get out some pen and paper right now and start doing some art. Let's just keep your hands busy, okay? How does that sound? Okay, typing is good too. So Fade, what's your favorite Pokemon? That's a question for the group, but I think you're... Yeah. Sometimes it's just hard to stop those actions also. I think you're the only person here. This is a Instagram account. You know, I once on Instagram had a video go viral and it got over 3 million hits. That is a true story. I don't know how I did it. I don't know why that happened. It just happened one day. And it was very surreal. Yeah. I think it was a funny video. I think I did an okay bit, but if you could live in any fictional universe, Fade, what would it be? I don't know Wings of Fire. What is Wings of Fire? Is that a book? I'm just reading the description. Do you like dragons, Fade? Are you one of those people? Are you dragon? Are you dragon girl? Do you like dragons? Maybe. I don't know. Interesting. I was trying to figure out what young people like. I'm always curious what like young people are reading specifically these days. Someday when I try and sell a book to, I don't know. I feel like if I'm talking to you guys, I should get a sense of what you guys are reading, because like that's what people want in books, is they're trying to appeal to the younger demographic. So I figured, you know, instead of me assuming what you guys like, I should just ask what you guys like. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to write that, so I'm going to... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm going to try the story part more. Hi, Cindy. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate that so immensely. Yeah, I'll let other people write that stuff. Welcome to the stream, Cindy. Thank you so much for the compliment. Hope I don't screw it up, right? No, I was just asking Fade what people her age are reading these days, because I just wanted to know. I'm just curious, and Fade mentioned that they're fans of stuff that I probably won't be writing, but so you walked in right at that moment. But that is a good question. That's a good question. How long have I been drawing? Like, about 6 years, 4, 5, 6 years, I guess. I think I started when I was like, I started like when I was about 26, I think. But in a charming way, Fade, in a charming way. What about you? Are you an artist? I assume you are. Did you do your little, what do they call it? What's the actual term? The PFP, right? The actual... Yeah. Yeah. People have a specific... Yeah, your profile picture. Yeah, the future is certainly weird. I try not to think about the, So tell us a little bit about yourself. You do art, I assume. If you want to ever share any of your art, feel free to. I have a Discord server that a Discord server where you can do that. A rebel since then. Boop, boop. There we go. There's the Discord server. Discord is weird. Discord is weird and annoys me at times. Kind of need one if you're a streamer though. It's a good spot for people to hang out. Go to bed. Go to bed, Fate. Go to bed. I'm happy that you're going to sleep. Go to bed. Well, I don't like AI art as a thing. Oh, you're gonna crash out. Oh, get Superman. Well, I didn't know that term. I don't like AI art as a thing. But yeah, I'm not, as references. It's not. I don't. It's not that big of a deal. I think. I mean, it's definitely borderline. I would agree, but I don't think it's that big. It's not. Because you still have to do all the stuff yourself, I guess. Yeah, yeah, it's fine for. I'm using a reference right now. Yeah, you shouldn't post. The problem with AI is, I'll say what my theory is. AI is somewhat of a nuanced discussion. Yeah, AI is a nuanced discussion. It will require a nuanced discussion, and we will not be capable of doing nuance. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you shouldn't do that. I agree. But I don't know. I think using it as references are fine. As long as like no AI touches art itself, it should be fine. Like, so I do writing too, and what's been really like, there's been a really obnoxious debate lately about AI with writing. Uh, that like, um, you can't use AI. There are some people who are saying like you can't use AI ever to check like grammar, spelling, and like punctuation mistakes, and I think that's kind of BS, honestly. I think that's kind of BS, honestly. Like I'm very annoyed by that because I have dyslexia, and it's been very helpful. And it's like I'm just using like Grammarly, and like there's a few sites that categorize Grammarly as like AI assistants. So I'm like, I don't know. Like it would be categorized as AI. is using AI. And I'm like, really? Like that's just using like spell check and shit now is categorized as that? But yeah, I don't think that that's that big of a deal. But the problem is it's one of these things where it's like it's an inch it's a mile thing. Where it's like if I say like I don't think it's that big of a deal if people use AI references, then it'll get to the point where it's like then like those the AI like bro huckster things will be like yeah, oh, I agree with that. AI is 100% flooding. I hate looking at AI, like AI pictures generally. They look ugly. I don't like them as a thing. AI as a thing in general, but there can be some uses for it. Also, Faith. What? No. What? Yeah. I think like there's so much. I mean, there's so much garbage AI shit that it's unbelievable. Crap. I meant to say crap. It's unbelievable. Like writing especially has been like inundated with like bad AI things, and art and writing are just like yeah, it makes me mad. So there's a lot of stuff about AI that makes me mad, but I do like the how good it is now at like grammar and like catching grammar and stuff. Like that's been really helpful. And it's like that's been really helpful for me. And if it was just that, if it was just that, if it was a very useful like spell checker, I don't think it would be a big deal. But it's like you have these people. Sorry, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going off on a rant here. I kind of try not to think about AI too much, just because it's like it feels so overwhelming to think about it. Um, just because there's so much, you know, like my one industry job, I can tell you that AI art has like cost like artists their jobs now officially. Um, but okay, sorry. It's creepy. Anyway, I don't want to talk about too much. I don't want to talk about too much. The more I talk about it, the more like it attracts AI guys who will scream at me how much better computers are than people at creating art, and how we should just only people who create the only art that exists should be like Chat GPT and stuff like that. And it's like whatever. I don't want to think about all that stuff. Sorry. Because we've occasionally yeah. Well, yeah, because this has happened before where like AI bros like can sense it and scream at me for days for saying that I want humans to write television shows. So I just don't want to talk about it anymore. I just don't want to think about it anymore. But like for references, I don't care. For references, I don't care. Like references or spell check or grammar check, I don't care about any of that stuff. You still have to like do it. You still have to have all the skills to do it. But that's a nuance. Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be if anything it'll be easier to detect as it goes along, I actually think. Cuz like yeah, the AI is going to get more advanced, but so is detection is going to get more advanced. So Like, I was thinking of posting some stuff on Royal Road, but like, they've decreed that if you use Grammarly, you have to put AI assisted. And I'm like, well, AI assisted for Grammarly of all things? That feels a lot. And like, here's the thing: I'm like pretty rigorous with like checking everything. Like, I make sure, like, Grammarly does. Sorry if this is a rant, but Grammarly often gets. They can't. I mean, there's checkers. There's AI. There's checkers to see if it's human written or not. And I've tested it a couple times to see, like, with purely AI written things, and then with like stuff I wrote. And that does sound annoying. And they can get it. It's like they get the AI stuff. Also, like, AI writing is very obvious to tell, but like with Grammarly, I don't know. But the thing is, Cindy, I just don't want to. I'm never comfortable lying to people usually. So I don't know. I used Grammarly to help me in some of the stuff I've written, and like now that might be totally like banned or something. I don't know. It frustrates me. So I just don't know what to do. Because everybody was using Grammarly until we're not supposed to use it anymore. I'm like, really? Jeez. I mean, AI writing is pretty obvious, by the way, to read. If you know what reading AI, the second you read it, you can tell. Um, it's hard to explain, but it's pretty obvious. Like, I've been experimenting with all this stuff to see what it's like, and I can tell pretty quickly what's AI written and what's not, usually. Yeah. Aggressive. A G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G. Aggressive. That's how you spell it, right? Aggressive. A G G G G G G G G G G G G S. No, but aggressive has 36 G's in it, right? Aggressive. A G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G R E S S I V E. Yeah. What is this TikTok? You're not committing a crime, though. Because I'm allergic to cats, I'm gonna pick dogs. Because I'm allergic, I'll pick dogs. Over cats. I'm very allergic to cats. So even though I find them quite cute, if they get near me, it's a bad time. That's an answer for that's a question for everybody, though. ask it of everybody. My favorite cat are orange tabby cats because they look like Garfield. Garfield's my favorite cat. If you could if you could live your life in a in any fictional universe, what would it be? Question for the group. That's a popular one. I haven't seen that yet. I know that's popular though. I like pugs. I think pugs are cute. Every pug I've met has been very cute. I also like. I know it's the saddest thing in the world because people inbreed dogs and they them. If I yeah, it's you can't kill them. We'll just breed them. We'll just we'll just breed them with other dogs and fix the inbreeding. Dalmatian. I had a King Charles Cavalier when I was a kid. Have you looked those up? Look those up. Those are really beautiful dogs. I want to. The dog I really want to get is a Basenji. I know why you want a blue heeler. They can't talk, you know. Despite what they show you on the television, they actually don't know how to talk. What would you name your hamster? Hamsterstein? Yeah. Is that a hamster? Is that a hamster that's also a Frankenstein? Are you doing black magic? Don't. Hey, people! Don't bring. Don't bring things back from the dead. Sometimes dead is better. Don't go to a pet cemetery. Don't go to the pet cemetery. Don't. Let's see. Meyer Hampsky. John Hamsticker. Pancho, Shorty Guzman, Shorty Hemsmont? Shorty Hemsmont. He's, no, we're talking about bringing the dead back to life with evil science. Hamsters. You know what will happen? Leila! Good to see you, Leila. Good to see you. I don't know. Oh, right, yeah. So, I guess putting that putting that thing in the thing. Yeah, I had a pretty big blow up with the guy, the guy who had hired me. He would not do very basic things, basic quality of life improvements, and he would dodge me when I asked him about it. And I told him he can F off. I didn't say F off. I said, I'm not doing your thing. Goodbye. Bye. And I quit that. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing that freelance. That was about 4 days of work I would have had, and I'm not doing it. So no, it was over the phone. It was over the phone. No, I was doing some film. I do film work. I do film work I do freelance film work every once in a while, because that was what my degree is in, and it's complicated. Yeah, I said quit. No, what I said, yeah, I've heard that that's a real pain when people try and scam free art from people all the time. So what happened was, and I've told the story a few times, but whatever. I put it in the title. It's my fault. Basically, we got in an argument. It was going to be a 6-hour shoot, and I knew what he wanted me to do was hold the camera still the entire time. And I don't know if you know this, but that really hurts after a while. That's really stressful. But he doesn't, like, okay, there's this thing like handheld where you move the camera around a lot, and that's fine. But he didn't want to do that. What he wanted to do was what he wants to do, because he's done this before, is he wants me to stay still and not move the camera like a tripod. And that really hurt my shoulders the last time we did it. And it was going to be 2 6-hour shoots and then 2 10-hour shoots. And what we got into an argument is, I said, "Will you bring a tripod? I need you to bring a tripod this time." And he was like, "Well, I don't know if I should bring a tripod. I don't know. And so I finally just yelled at him and I said, "Yes or no, are you going to bring a tripod? Yes or no, are you going to bring a tripod?" And you answer the question yes or no, or I quit. And he waffled around, so I said, "Fine, I quit. Bye." And I blocked his number. Yeah. It's a lot. There's a lot. It goes. I've worked with this guy a few times before, and he's been unreasonable every time. And I think I just lost. It was a little bit more complicated than that. Part of our argument is I wanted to bring a second I said I think he needs to bring in a second person, or the film is just not going to work, or it's just not going to work. I had a guy in mind that I wanted to bring in, and he didn't want to pay for that. So he didn't want to pay for that. But and then I said, "Well, are you?" Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, he didn't want to pay. Yeah, so I said fine. What I quit. I yelled at him. I'm quitting. Answer the question or I quit, and he refused to answer the question, so I quit. And bringing a tripod is super easy, by the way. I have a tripod. I could have brought mine if he wanted, but I needed him to say yes or no. Anyways. So I stood my ground. But that did cost me some money standing my ground, so we're going to stream on here and on Twitch. I don't make money from this. I make money from Twitch, but whatever. Yeah. I have stories about this guys for days. I've worked with him on and off for like 2 years, so. And this was the final I prefer YouTube. I'd rather YouTube. That was weird. No, don't worry about being on YouTube or Twitch. I mean, I'm getting close to 1,000 followers on Twitch, so if you want to come over there and follow me, that would be appreciated. But don't worry about whichever platform you prefer. Uh, Twitch is good. Twitch is good because YouTube is good. I mean, because YouTube theoretically will pay me more. No, doesn't make a difference whatsoever. Doesn't make a difference whatsoever. Here or on Twitch, it's fine. I don't care. Twitch technically pays me a little bit, but so little. It doesn't matter. And the more of you guys are on here, and the longer you watch, the closer I get to a monetization status on YouTube. So it's fine. By you guys being here, you're helping me get closer to being monetized here on YouTube. So trust me, it's fine. And that's more valuable to me right now than like the 2 or 3 cents that I theoretically could make on Twitch. Oh, we were really up there for a minute. I don't know what happened. No problem. Are you going to school? Wait, what time is it for you? I mean, they're... I like pancakes too, but I like waffles as well. That is a hard question because I could go for either right now, and that would be great. I'm swerving. I'm picking French toast. My favorite is French toast. Or is it crepes? I like crepes too. Have you ever had crepes? Yes, essentially. But you put stuff in the crepe. The crepe surrounds the thing and you eat the crepe. They're very tasty. What about or French toast? I like me some French toast. Make the arm a little bit bigger. Jeez. Well, I assume it's the 8-year-olds who are watching that sort of thing. Is that creepy? That feels like it's creepy. What did you do to... That girl has had a life. Had some struggles in her life, I imagine. Probably start at the arms here. I'm gonna be a little bit. Yeah, that sounds bad to me. Yep. That sounds bad. Yep. If only there was some provable way of mitigating those factors, but nope, not going to get political. Not going to get political. Um, yeah, babies suck. Most overrated things in the world, next to sunsets. You like an hour of like purple? Blech. I can get purple on my phone. I don't need it in my sky. Yeah? What did it say? If it's trying to encourage you to burn stuff, don't listen to it. Darn it! Hamsters are always trying to encourage people to commit arson. I don't know why they love it so much, but they do. Listen, don't do it. They'll tell you that they'll be there for you, but when push comes to shove, that hamster ain't anywhere close. They always move on to the next person once they convince you to commit arson. What? You're the hamster? Hamstar? I knew you were a hamster. I had suspected it all along. That's why I laid a perfect trap for you. I know how much hamsters love fire. Dun 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 dun. 'Cause I am secretly also a hamster. Hamster. Dun 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 dun. Shock of all shocks. I know, it's shocking. I know it's shocking, but on these evenings of twists and frights, more shocking twists will come. Like the fact that hamsters are from space! All of them are from space. Dun 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 dun. What? Yes, what? Space hams. The most dangerous creatures of our time. They always have been from space. The ancient Celts wrote about them. Romans? You think the Romans were actually human? Puh. They were hamsters all along. That's an obfuscation. Pigeons. That's an obfuscation by the CIA. By the way, do you know what the CIA stands for? Hamster Intelligence Agency. Also, we've been misspelling hamsters for a while. It's actually champsters. But you don't pronounce the C, so it's just hamsters. But you spell it C-H. Hamster. Dun 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 dun. Also, pigeons, painted hamsters. Or just hamsters with paint on. They've been government spies this. Wait a minute. How would you know about this? Who told you that hamsters weren't real? Fade? Or is that your real name? Could it possibly be Hamster? Mask reveal! Ah! Another hamster! Is this whole chat just nothing but hamsters? Oh, wait a minute. Another mask reveal. Alright, you are a pigeon. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Wearing an elaborate hamster mask. It's a twist. It's The ancient pilgrims. Yeah, they could party, the pilgrims. They knew how to party. That's how hamsters are. They're big little fluff balls. They're big little fluff balls. Is it actually? Well, okay. I'm actually drawing right side up, but the way the camera is positioned, it's upside down. So I just flip the camera so you see it correctly. It's called annoying things. I can tell you for a fact. No, I probably shouldn't reveal that fact about why I know several people tune into my channel. But I have gotten confirmation from more than a few people about some reason. Um, yeah. Isn't it great? Yeah, it's. I'm always curious, like, what YouTube thinks of people. Because clearly you interact with some stuff that YouTube thought you would like my things, but I'm always curious what YouTube thinks my people are. Cool, obviously. We're all the cool. If you're here, it means you're the cool, one of the coolest people in the world. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. Who did you donate it to? Box of Love? That's really good. Proud of you. It's good to think of other people. Oh wait, you guys wanted him to have a six pack. I can do that. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I always had long hair when I was a kid because I just didn't like cutting it. People get really on you for long if you have long hair for after a while. It's coming. It's coming. I told you it's coming. I told you. I told you it's coming. Give it a sec. Give it a second. Give it a second. Yes. I mean, the funny thing is we wouldn't know. Oh, that's good. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. That's good. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. Fight for the rights. Fight for the rights. I am a real American. So what are we all looking forward to in the coming days? I don't have to do that job anymore. Which I'm actually excited about. I didn't want to do it. It was part of the reason. And part of the reason I didn't want to do it was because I knew he'd behave badly. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to do as well. Well, you gotta start posting stuff then. You want to share your dog's Instagram? Yeah, go ahead. Share your dog's Instagram. I'll give it a follow. No, share the link. Share the link so we can just click it. Copy the link and just post it in here so we can click it. Oh, it's a very cute dog. Okay, I'm following. Posting the link here. Boom, boom. Just copy paste the. We can share any website. Just copy and paste the URL. They have things. There's a button. The arrow that you see. That'll do it. Doesn't he look good? He's the buffest hamster in the whole damn world. Why has that not updated since maybe? That is really confusing me. I think I'm gonna try and hit stream. I think I'm gonna have the stream hit 4 hours. Okay. Am I tired? We're 6 minutes away. It is Fight for the rights. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. You wonder why he has legs at all, right? Oh boy, I'm tired. I want this to go past 4 hours just because I like that. But why I don't have more energy. Uh, Layla, Cindy, you're both. You don't have to do this, but I'm gonna leave the link because I am starting up a newsletter. So if you want to subscribe to that, that would be mightily appreciated. I don't know. That would be mightily appreciated. Uh, and anybody else here that's lurking? According to my stats, there are 7 people lurking. But I am starting up a newsletter. I don't probably have time to work on it now because I'm not doing that job, which I'm glad not to be doing. But, hey, how's it going? Great. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you. They wanted me to draw a really buff hamster, so I drew a really buff hamster. Um, Arnold Schwarzenhamster? Schwartenhamster? Arnold Schwartenhamster? Lou Hamtaro? Uh, Little Hulkster. Hamster. Do 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 do. Are you an artist? Ooh, that's good. Hamster. It's been 4 hours. We have a new friend though. I feel like I don't want to shoot them. Starring. It's been about 4 hours. Nice! Congratulations. Yeah, we do writing here too. We do art and we do writing. I've been just mostly focusing on the writing. The arting, just doing arting. Truth be told, the art thing takes a minute to set up, and sometimes I'm just lazy I get a little lazy and don't feel like taking it down. So like when I go to stream, I'm like, I could do writing, but then yeah, the art is already set up. I'll just do art again. Nice. The first 1,000 in a row is the hardest. Okay, we have a new friend. We'll hang out for a little bit more. They're in an ad. Are you in an ad right now, new friend? Yeah, I could see. So what's your book about? Well, I would say, worry about just getting your first draft done right now. That's the important thing. Just worry about getting your first draft done right now. All the other stuff can come later. If you get too like hung up on that, you'll never get like your actual book done. That's my advice to people. You're in a good spot. You're getting writing done. So oh, that's a lovely little plot. a book is going to be as long as a book needs to be. If it turns out to be 10,000 words, that's all you need to tell the story, then that's all you need to tell the story. If it's 40,000, if it's 100,000, like people get really like hung up on word count, I find, and I think it's more important to just sit there, write as much as you need to write to tell your story, and then worry about the rest later. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Not everybody wants to be a fantasy writer. Oh, I don't know. That's a hard question. Guess I would say I like humor. I like books that are humorous. I like humor books. True. You're right. Teenage Mutant Ninja Hamsters. Teenage Mutant Ninja Hamsters. Hamsters in a shell. You're correct. You are correct. We'll give him I'm not going to ink this, by the way. Give him some color. Come on. There we go. Puppies are always puppies. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it immensely. I was employed as a writer for a while by a company. Still a puppet. I used to write audio dramas for an app called Pocket. Pocket FM. When I was an on-staff writer for them. You know I have those, right? By the way, if you guys want to listen to my, I don't know, probably get in a lot of trouble for that. Oh, he's. So I do have some original writings. Oh, it doesn't want to leave me alone. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I do. I am working on starting a newsletter website sort of thing. If you want to subscribe to it, I would appreciate that immensely. You know what we'll do? I'm going to give him a tassel around his hand. That feels appropriate. Okay. Oh. Guys, I don't have any more in me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to keep going. I really do, but I don't have any more in me. Um, Thank you all for coming by. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's next. It would have been nice to get that money, but that was not. That job was. That was awesome. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good tomorrow. Um, have a good week, life, you know. Right. I know, so YouTube. YouTube, I have to go separately if you don't know.